Deputy Mayor, quick sound check. Sound check. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me okay?
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, March 24th. And we'll start first with a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Bieber?
Here.
Councillor Campbell?
Present.
Councillor Dodick?
Gift.
Councillor Doria?
Present.
Councillor Parker? Councillor Wolf?
Present.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel?
Joining you from afar.
Thank you. Mayor Higgin?
Present.
All present. Thank you.
Thank you. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. With recognitions, I'll start to my far left, Councillor Dodick.
Excuse me. Thank you. Cue it, Mr. Western. All right. The guy to everyone's right is David Sarsfield, who is on a rolling retirement. He's a deputy city clerk, and apparently his last day is going to be sometime in April, maybe, although they did have a little bit of a celebration for him last week. Now, a little bit of background on David. The original one was an Irish soldier, noted for his service in the Jacobite army during the Williamite War in Ireland. After going into exile as part of the flight of the wild geese, he later served in the Spanish army. He was killed at the Battle of Villavicencio in 1710. Okay, that's not this David Sarsfield. But Viscount Sarsfield was quoted as saying that his greatest wish in life was that one of his ancestors become a deputy city clerk. And centuries later, his greatest dream was fulfilled. Today, I pay tribute to our own David Sarsfield, who has and is on a rolling retirement, as I indicated earlier. I say, David, you were a great one. And with full disclosure, the caricature of David that's in that picture that's up there was not paid for by taxpayers other than myself and my wife as taxpayers, and the city didn't pay for the frame either. So that is totally non-taxpayer funded money. Thank you, David Sarsfield, for all your service to the City of Lethbridge since 2007.
Thank you so much, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Campbell.
Oh, thank you. For just a few things, I just wanted to say, Lethbridge Hurricanes ended their season, and we know it was a rebuilding year, and that's the sort of thing that happens when you've got a junior hockey team. You're constantly developing players. They had a great season last year, but as players get older, they move on, and they continue to develop their careers. So mostly this is a bouquet to the fans who came out to support the Hurricanes all year long, knowing that this was a rebuilding year and that they really did show up in droves. And I think it's important to know that a team not only develops competitively on the ice during the course of a season or when they're here, but they develop good human beings off the ice, and it's always not about winning. So congratulations to the Hurricanes organizations and to the fans that continue to support them, and we look forward to bigger things next season. But speaking of winning, Val Mattioti Winterhawks won the Under-15 AAA Provincial Championship for the first time since 2016. They beat, were you going to talk about that? Did I say, Golden Hawks, sorry, it's the Golden Hawks. Sorry, yeah, good thing, okay. Anyway, they won, and they beat Red Deer, who hadn't lost a game all year. So congratulations to them. But what's interesting, the last time they won, there was a couple of players on that team back in 2015, 2016, Bowen Brian and Ridley Gregg. Now Ridley now plays for the Ottawa Senators, and Bowen plays for the Buffalo Sabres. And who's his coach? Lindy Ruff used to play for the Lethbridge Broncos. So it always comes first circle. So that's kind of cool. Also want to remind everyone to vote for Tabor Hockeyville. They're up for $250,000. There's only two teams, or only two cities that get it. Just to give a little historical perspective, in 1971, Lethbridge Sugar Kings were playing in the arena on March 13th, 1971. They had to end the third period because of a fire. So the rest of that game was played in Tabor because they opened their doors. So we owe Tabor one. So vote for Tabor in Hockeyville. Okay, just want to congratulate Lethbridge Symphony and Lethbridge Little Opera Theater who put on Sweeney Todd, an amazing production. And also want to congratulate Moonlight Run and Mary Lee Vort, who for the 39th straight time won the Moonlight Run. That's pretty amazing. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Wolf.
Well, I would like to thank Costco for a wonderful tour. I'm going to try not to give all the numbers that I'm sure Mr. Bieber would like to share, but for all of you assembled here, if you want a West Side Costco, we need to double sales at the current Costco. And current sales are $355 million a year. So go team. 700 hot dogs a day. 700 hot dogs a day. It was actually really interesting to be with them. They are a great employer. They by mandate have to have at least half of their staff full-time. They have over 315 staff here and over 60% are full-time. So they're a major employer here in Lethbridge. We appreciate them and they contribute massively to the community. So it was great to spend time with them. I was privileged to go to the L'Arche Lethbridge Gala. L'Arche provides housing and supports for people in our community living with special needs. It was inspiring to be with them and to spend time with them and to see all the good work that's done in the community and to spend time with their core members and assistants. And I want to thank them for that. And that's it for me.
All right. Thank you. And Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Last Friday, I was honored to be a part of the Go Friendly shuttle launch at Norbridge Senior Center. I was joined there by Councillor Wolf and Councillor Bieber. For many of us, having access to reliable and accessible transportation is essential, and that's what gets us around and keeps us active in the community. A special thank you to Terry Legg and to Jackie Young and to the provincial government to also help fund and make that happen. I also want to congratulate the winners of the 2 spelling bees at Lethbridge Public Library last weekend. For the mini bee, Zora won with the word spoon, and for the spelling bee, Ariz won with the word incandescent. So congratulations to both of those young people as well.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To my far right, Councillor Bieber.
Well, Councillor Wolf kind of stole my thunder about Costco, but I made sure he and I, left food at the breakfast table for everybody else here because, we're young guys and, we're malnourished and we were hungry, but we saved for everyone else here. But one thing that came out of there, apparently they have 66,000 members in Lethbridge alone, and 69% have the executive members, which was really cool. So thanks to the Chamber for that. But I also want to thank Marie Takahashi and Mitch Lawson of Catalyst Works for taking the time to talk to me last week about the challenges being faced by people with disabilities trying to find meaningful work and their concerns about ACE and what could potentially happen to these people. Marie said they are looking at appearing before a CIC in the future, and I'm really hoping to hear from her and Mitch, whose family, the Lawsons, are well known for inclusion in Lethbridge. I mean, if anybody's about inclusion, it's the Lawson family. And I really appreciate them taking the time to talk to us. And I want to thank Miles and Ryan Godlinton of Godlinton Group for sitting down last week with myself, Councillor Doria, and Councillor Wolf to hear our experiences as new members of council. Thank you to them as well. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
I'm not going to speak that quickly. That's okay. Just a couple of things. Towards the end of April, our Music and Speech Festival, of course, is going on, and they're looking for volunteers. So if you can do some shifts either at the entrance or as a secretary or something during that time, I can share with anybody who needs to the email or the website where you can sign up. I also want to remind everybody that the Best Front Forward contest is back again from the Nature Center. So as you're planning your yard for the spring, something that you can look forward to, and you can plan your yard to have all the things you'll need in it to get a Best Front Forward award. Last night was the YQL Neighborhood AGM. The community event trailer, if you haven't seen it, is phenomenal. It has 60 chairs, it has a grill, it has games. You just pull it up to an event, open it up. You have to bring your own food and all that, all the consumables, but everything you need to run a community event is in there, and you can approach YQL Neighborhoods about that. Part of that being funded by the city through the Make Your Mark grant, so one of the things that we help to fund. If you are looking to support an organization, this is the Legion's 100th anniversary this year, and memberships are free this year. If anybody is wanting to check out the Legion and give it a try, you can find a membership there. And then also congratulations to the Southern Accord Chorus. They raised over $7,500 during On the Horizon musical journey in support of bringing hearts home. So one more fundraiser, so many things going on in our community. I'll stop there though. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Councillor Doria.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to share two things. I want to extend my congratulations to the organizers of they celebrated Sugar Shack, Cabanasuk, at Fort Whoop Up. It was really a good event. It was well attended, and the event was showcasing the tradition of sharing the crepe with maple syrup and the maple toffee. It was really a great day for us. And also, I attended mentorship gala at the University of Lethbridge. It was a successful event. It was designed to connect the students with community leaders, professionals, and businessmen and women to share their views about their careers and their experiences. That's all I can share for today.
Thank you, Councillor Doria. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to congratulate all the organizers for the Moonlight Run. It's amazing when they have good weather. It's always a success, but even when bad weather, they always make a success. So congratulations to not only the organizers, but all the people that participated. As most of you know, we've all gone out to Excite a lot over the last few months, and it's great to see so many wonderful events going in there. When you go in there, it just feels like there's so much energy. Pardon the pun, it is exciting to go there. I've gone to a few things, and it's great to see it being utilized by not only the organizers, the people that are hosting events, but also the people utilizing it. So I'm excited for its future. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to start by just thanking my colleagues. I was away on a family getaway here and I just returned back to town. And I know there any time that any requests go out, it seems that councillors always pick them up, and there's so many events happening in the community. So thanks to all my colleagues for getting to those, and appreciate that. We talked about some sports here, and we had a really good, it's like the guy's done sports or something before in his life, but we were talking about hockey, and we've heard, all different sports that have happened around the community, especially lately. We've got hockey, we've got volleyball, we've got basketball, and I know I'll miss one if I mention a team, but as I'm on social media and talk with other folks, all the different awards and different trophies and stuff that are coming back to Lethbridge, and just how sport is so strong within our community. A lot of volleyball here, especially as of the last week, and basketball, but of course in hockey as well. And speaking of that, Hockeyville, please get out and vote. That is to be one of the last two standing here in Canada. It's going to be great to be able to see, I'm going to say see them win. So let's hope that's the case. And last but not least, a shout out to Construction. Now, Construction Lethbridge, it brings together architects, engineers, and designers and students to build large-scale sculptures entirely from canned food. So after the exhibition, every can is donated to local food banks, turning creativity into direct community impact. And so there's been over 25,000 cans donated. If you have the opportunity, please go over to Center Village Mall and have a look at some of the work that's been done there by the different groups that are competing in this. And all the proceeds go to the Interfaith Food Bank, the Lethbridge Food Bank, Lethbridge Polytechnic, and of course the University of Lethbridge Food Bank. So huge shout out to those that were designing the projects. You've got to see them. They're quite outstanding, and those that are involved with this, and we're so grateful for the work that they do in our community. And I did say last thing, but I'm going to add one more thing here. I had the opportunity of later yesterday of going to a restaurant in our downtown. We're so lucky to have so many great restaurants, and especially in our downtown core. And I went to Whitby's Fish and Chips, and if anybody hasn't been there yet, my goodness, what a great restaurant. Again, so many different ones in the downtown, and I'm sure you could go to one each day and still have ones left over at the end of the month. And so it's great to see all the different restaurants in our downtown, and not just in our downtown, but throughout the city. So huge shout out to Whitby's for what I was able to partake in yesterday there, and it was great to be able to see them there. With that, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. From Acting Mayor Crowson, be it resolved that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on March 24th, 2026 be adopted as presented. And Madam City Clerk, are there any changes?
Yes, Mayor Hagan. Administration wishes to add to today's agenda for Council's consideration a public presentation entitled Emergency Health Services Ground Ambulance Service Agreement Update. So this would be placed in Section 9 under Administration Presentations and be entitled Item 9.1. And if Council agrees to add this item, then I would ask Council to recess for 5 minutes to recompile the agenda online to add the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any question on that as far as adding that to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll have that added and we'll go for the vote, but then we'll compile after. So Councillor Crowson, over to you.
I'll move to adopt the amended agenda.
Question been called, all in favor? And that passes, and we'll just take a quick 5-minute recess. All right. We will continue on with the meeting for today. Continuing on with the consent agenda today, 4.0, be it resolved the minutes of the following meeting of City Council be approved and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign the same. City Council meeting from March the 10th, 2026. And further be resolved, the City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions for March 24th, 2026 with the following amendments. That Council defer the date of return for the long-term financial sustainability framework from Q1 2026 to June 16th, 2026 Community Issues Committee meeting. And that Council defer the date of return of the new council policy, civil arts policy to the May 19th, 2026 Community Issues Committee meeting from Q1 2026. And that Council defer the date of return of the new Council Policy Cultural Heritage Policy to the May 19th, 2026 Community Issues Committee meeting from Q1 2026. And that Council defer the date of return for Bylaw 4890, Galt Museum and Archives Bylaw, to the May 19th, 2026 Community Issues Committee meeting from the April 30th, 2026 Community Issues Committee. And further be resolved that City Council approve the following Community Issue Committee recommendations. And 4.3, recommendation of Community Issues Committee, draft 2025 unaudited financial information report. Be it resolved the City Council receive the 2025 unaudited financial information report as information and approve up to $850,000 of the insurance reserve to be used to fund Whoop Up Drive emergency bridge repairs. And number 3, approve the remaining commitments of $3.8 million for any possible offsite levy account shortfalls in 2026, 2027 from the MRSR. And a recommendation of Community Issues Committee Bylaw 6519, amendment to Bylaw 5917, the City of Lethbridge Lot Grading Bylaw. Be resolved the City Council give first reading to Bylaw 6519, amendment to Bylaw 5917, the City of Lethbridge Lot Grading Bylaw. 4.5, recommendation of Community Issues Committee, D14, Nikki Yuko Garden Pathway CIP Amendment. Be it resolved the City Council retain the capital improvement project budget as is to allow for the ability of Nikki Yuko Japanese Garden Society and the City of Lethbridge to attempt to come to a solution within the approved existing budget. Recommendation of a CIC for Downtown Business Revitalization Zone 2026 budget. Be it resolved that City Council approve the Downtown Business Revitalization Zone DBRZ 2026 budget of $322,612.50 as provided in attachment 2 in accordance with section 11 of the Alta Reg 93/2106 Business Improvement Area Regulation. 4.7, recommendation of CIC, request for cancellation of property tax penalties. Be it resolved that City Council deny the property owner's request for cancellation of the 24 and 25 property tax penalties for 213 Cougar Way North. 4.8, recommendation of Community Issues Committee 2025 property tax cancellation. Request 4202-107-110001. Be it resolved the City Council deny the tax cancellation request for 2025 property taxes and penalties for 711 2nd A Avenue North, roll number 4202-107-110001 in the amount of $43,189.53 pursuant to Section 347 of the Municipal Government Act, noting that the exemption criteria were not met in 2025. 4.9, recommendation of CIC, amendment to the Lethbridge Land 24 to 27 work plan. Be it resolved the City Council amend the Lethbridge Land 24 to 27 work plan as presented in attachment 1. Further be resolved the City Council provide first reading to the following bylaws. Bylaw 6250, Land Use Bylaw Amendment regarding 2425 30th Street West. And further be resolved the City Council direct administration to hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 28th, 2026 at 3 p.m. for the following bylaws. Bylaw 6520, Land Use Bylaw re 2425 30th Street West. And I'll open up for questions. I do have one question to, I was going to say Mr. City Manager, but his designate, Acting City Manager at this time, and that was just to confirm to folks that are I know I'm going to have this question come out after reading this, regarding the $850,000 of insurance reserve be used to fund Whoop Up Drive emergency bridge repairs. I know the questions are going to come. Why is the city paying for this? Can you please just give some background to that if you wouldn't mind? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So in regards to that, you'll see that inside of the unaudited report, I'm going to approve up to $850,000 of insurance reserve. What that really comes down to is that when that damage is done, like any insurance policy, that if you look at even your vehicle policies and so forth, we have a deductible that needs to be paid. So this is our self-insurance portion of it that we have to have inside of there. So at this stage here, it's not that there isn't going to be other components, but this is just us paying for the costs until it goes through.
Thank you, but also stating that you do work to go after even that amount there, that seeing it's not a fault of ours.
That is correct. There's still work to do it to go along, and right now our information is that the provider has basically looked at this claim and so forth, and we're reasonably assuming that we'll get that. But here again, the value we get back is never the same necessarily.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, just to clarify that, the question to the city solicitor, what we're talking about here is there was damage to the bridge. It was caused by a third party was at fault. The city has a deductible, the $850,000 being referred to now. The claim has been made for that $850,000 to the at-fault person and their insurer, and the anticipation is that that money will come back to the city. Is that your understanding?
Yes. Sorry, the mic was off, but yes, that was the answer. Yes, thank you for that. All right, any further questions from the consent agenda? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. If we could get an explanation on the 4 deferrals.
Acting City Manager, the 4 deferrals, and that was right at the beginning for the return of the long-term financial sustainability framework, et cetera. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. The first one, the long-term financial sustainability framework, that is coming back. We're looking at, though, spending a bit more time on it and requesting a little bit of time till the end of the next quarter, I guess, to do that. Just that when we reviewed the information, we have it together, but we just wanted to spend more time with some of the elements before we brought it forward. And I'll also, you'll hear later today, we've been a little bit distracted with some other things that have unfortunately came across the wall.
Yeah.
As for the other 3 items on here, the public arts or civic arts policy, the cultural heritage policy, and well, at least those 2, I might need to get my peers to help me out on that. Thank you, Carly.
Thanks for the question. In regards to the other 3, they're all linked. We did have a staff member that was on a medical leave who has now returned to work, and so the deferral is just so that we could give her a little bit of extra time to check all the boxes, and then they will all return at the same time in May.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. If there are no other questions, then I would call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. We'll just move on to number, 6.1, and it's official business motion for myself, so I'll have Acting Mayor read that.
Official business motion, Green Shirt Day 6.1. Whereas on April 6, 2018, Canadians were heartbroken to hear the news of the Humboldt Broncos bus crash, where of the 29 passengers, 16 lost their lives and 13 will bear physical and emotional scars for life. And whereas on April 7, 2018, Humboldt Broncos defenseman Logan Boulet succumbed to his injuries. His parents, Bernadine and Toby Boulet, offered to donate his organs as Logan told his parents he was registering as an organ donor as he was inspired by his coach and mentor, Rick Suggett, who saved 6 lives as an organ donor in 2017. And whereas 6 lives were saved by Logan donating his organs, the news spread of the organ donation by this young hockey player, and it is estimated that more than 150,000 people registered to become organ donors in the days and weeks that followed. To date, this has been the largest number of Canadians registering to become organ donors in Canadian history due to one event, one person. And whereas one of the objectives of Green Shirt Day 2026 is to inspire Canadians not only to register their donation decision, but also talk to 4 more people about it. And whereas Green Shirt Day was created to honor, remember, and recognize all the victims and families of that fatal crash, and to continue Logan's legacy by inspiring Canadians to talk to their families and register as organ donors. And whereas on January 11th, 1999, City Council passed a resolution stating the Mayor's office would discontinue the longstanding practice of issuing proclamations to avoid endorsements for a cause or program that would result in controversy in the community. And whereas Lethbridge City Council has declared April 7th as Green Shirt Day every year since 2019. And whereas the current City Council requests an exception to the resolution passed at that time in 1999 for this extraordinary cause, therefore be it resolved that Council provide an exception to the January 11th, 1999 resolution and request the Mayor's office to declare April 7th, 2026 as Green Shirt Day as a tribute to City of Lethbridge resident Logan Boulay. So Mayor Higgin, would you like to open?
Yes. First, if there's any questions,
I don't see anybody.
All right. No, I think, thank you so much for reading that, Acting Mayor.
Yeah, that was
I think
a novel.
It's all pretty much encapsulated in the resolution. Many will wonder why we don't have this as proclaimed so it just happens each and every year. We'd have a resolution with council, I'm going to say a couple decades ago. I'm looking over at Councillor Parker. It's been probably 15 years ago or so to not do proclamations. And so this is something that's going to be brought forward each and every year. And so to declare today's date, or sorry, the date of April 7th, 2026 as Green Shirt Day. So that's why that's brought back again this year, and it's not proclaimed to do it each and every year. So to me, I appreciate it coming back each and every year because it does bring to light the importance of this particular motion. And so with that, just ask once again for council's support to declare April 7th, 2026 as Green Shirt Day.
I don't see anyone in the queue to debate, so can I assume you've called the question? Question has been called. All in favor? That passes unanimously, and I'll turn the floor back to you.
Thank you. All right, moving to 6.2, Membership in South Grow Regional Initiative from Acting Mayor Crowson. Official business motion, whereas under Section 3 of the Municipal Government Act, MGA, one of the municipal purposes is to work collaboratively with neighboring municipalities to plan, deliver, and fund intermunicipal services. And whereas the South Grow Regional Initiative is a member-driven nonprofit regional economic development alliance in South Central Alberta focused on working with member communities, industry, business, government, and others to achieve common purposes in the area and economic development and shared service opportunities. And whereas South Grow's mission is to accelerate and enhance quality of life, development, and sustainability for the communities of the South Grow region of Alberta. And whereas membership in South Grow would enhance Lethbridge's ability to partner with more than 20 other communities in Southern Alberta. Therefore, be it resolved, the City Council direct the City Manager to assess the costs and potential benefits of rejoining South Grow and return with recommendations for Council's consideration as part of the 2027 operating budget deliberations, June 10th to 11th of 2026. Any questions? Seeing none, to Acting Mayor Crowson to open debate.
Thank you. Just to give some background, I know we've debated whether or not we should be part of South Grow, but it's always just been based on opinion. We've never actually asked staff to look into whether it's actually a good investment to be in or not. And so this is, as part of our economic strategy, let's look at it strategically. Let's look at whether it's better for there to be a council member there. I know EDL has a membership already, so does Tourism Lethbridge. Is it better for them? Should it be administration? I honestly don't know, but I don't think any of us knows on whether we should be a member at all. So this is simply to say to admin, we've gone around and around, but we've never actually reviewed it. So let's have a look at it, bring back some recommendations to the budget, and make a decision. And that's all this is requesting.
Thank you. See no one else in the debate, so can I take that as your opening and closing?
Sounds good.
All right. Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And into bylaws for bylaw 6512, amendment to bylaw 5270, noise bylaw for a second reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6512, amendment to bylaw 5270, noise bylaw be given second reading. And can I have a mover for this? Councillor Bieber, go ahead. I'll open up to questions first. Are there any questions? If not, we'll make it really easy for you, Councillor Bieber.
I'll just call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6512, amendment to bylaw 5270, noise bylaw be given third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Bieber.
I'll call for the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Croson. Question?
I just think we need to say for process, since we're doing this so quickly, we reviewed this like thoroughly at CIC. We're not just making a randomly quick decision. We spent a long time on this. So I just think for the public to know, like, there is some thought going into this.
Yeah, and background is in our package as well for it's been released. So back to you, Councillor Bieber.
I will thoughtfully call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move to the Emergency Health Services Ground Ambulance Agreement update, and that's from Mr. Acting City Manager Daryl Matthews. And if I'll turn the floor over to yourself, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan and members of council. I'd like to provide a context on the current status of, and I'll just wait for the slides to come up, current status of the emergency medical services of EMS, or EMS as we should say, ground ambulance agreement between the City of Lethbridge and Emergency Health Services Alberta. As council is aware, the city current EMS agreement is set to expire on September 30th, 2026. On March 13th, 2026, EHS Alberta formally advised the city of its intent to move toward a new ground ambulance agreement model based on costs aligned with EHS Alberta's own service delivery. Their position is that the current agreement provides funding above their cost benchmark, and from their perspective, it's not sustainable moving forward. Lethbridge City Council has supported providing a higher standard of service to the community through the Integrated Fire and Emergency Services model. This involves both the strong EHS partnership as well as additional municipal funding. What is currently being proposed by EHS will provide the city with less funding than the current EMS contract. EHS Alberta has outlined two primary paths for the city. The first option is for the city to accept the EHS costing model. Under this approach, the city would agree in advance to deliver EMS and at the EHS's benchmark rate, with any costs above that level becoming the responsibility of the city and ultimately local taxpayers. The second option is to decline the EHS costing model. In that scenario, EHS Alberta has indicated it would pursue an alternative service delivery model for the Lethbridge community, which could include a competitive procurement process or direct provincial delivery. EHS Alberta has requested that the city provide a written response on its preferred approach, with the most recent extension moving that deadline to April 30th, 2026. Oops. Oh, a couple slides back, actually. Just to the beginning here still. They have also indicated that an extension of the current agreement may be required to allow sufficient time for negotiations depending on council's direction. It is important to note that both of these paths carry significant implications, both financial and from service delivery perspective, for the city and our residents. This includes considerations related to service levels, integration with fire services, and the overall impact on future operating budgets and property taxes. Administration has been actively working across multiple departments, including fire and EMS, finance, legal, people and culture, and communications to assess these options, validate assumptions, and understand the full scope of the impacts. And I'll just keep it on the slide where you are there, Mr. Weston, on that one. So before moving further into the discussion, it's important to ground our conversation in the broader governance structure for emergency medical services. As council is aware, healthcare, and by extension emergency medical services, is the responsibility of the Government of Alberta. Emergency Health Service Alberta, or EHS, operates as the provincial health authority responsible for managing all aspects of the EMS system across the province. This includes oversight and delivery of both air and ground ambulance services, interfacility patient transfers, and dispatch operations. EHS also manages services delivered through contracted providers, which includes municipalities like the City of Lethbridge. For many years, the city has maintained a long-standing contractual relationship with EHS to provide ground ambulance services to our community. Under this model, the city delivers EMS locally on behalf of the province within a provincial coordinated system. This context is important as it reinforces that while the city plays a key role in service delivery, the authority, funding framework, and the system design ultimately sit with the province through EHS. Understanding this relationship helps frame the options before council and the nature of the discussions we are having with EHS. Next slide. For over 100 years, the city has recognized the integrated fire and EMS system as an effective way to provide best-in-class care. Since 2009, when EMS moved under provincial jurisdiction, this has been achieved through a contract with EHS, formerly Alberta Health Services. In 2014, that agreement was expanded to include a total of 8 ambulances, 4 operating on a 24-hour basis and 4 operating on a 12-hour basis, to better meet our community demand. Most recently, in March of 2024, the city entered into a 2.5-year agreement with Alberta Health Services, which currently set to expire on September 30th of this year. This most recent agreement expanded to include 10 ambulances, 4 operating on a 24-hour basis and 6 on a 12-hour basis. Turning to recent events, on March 11th, 2026, administration was invited by EHS Alberta to attend a 15-minute meeting scheduled for March 13th titled Ground Ambulance Service Agreement. During that meeting, EHS formally advised that it was offering municipalities the opportunity to enter into new agreements at a cost equivalent to its internal delivery model. EHS indicated that current funding levels in communities like Lethbridge exceeds its cost structure and that this is a principle it can no longer maintain. As a result, they advised that if the city agrees to cover any costs above EHS benchmark rate, they are prepared to enter into negotiations for a new long-term agreement. If not, they will pursue an alternative service provider. Following that meeting, administration connected with peer municipalities that also operated integrated fire and EMS services. Through those discussions, we learned that all municipalities except for the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo received similar correspondence from EHS. There is shared approach emerging, with administration intending to seek council support to request an extension to the EHS deadline. At the same time, administration has continued to engage directly with EHS to gain clarity. This has included submitting formal written questions on March 18th in response to EHS's March 13th letter. On March 20th, EHS provided administration with the same provincial briefing material shared with other partners and advised that benchmarking cost comparisons specifically to Lethbridge will be presented at the March 23rd meeting. EHS also confirmed extensions of the city's response deadline to April 30th, 2026, allowing additional time for analysis and decision-making. EHS March 20th briefing material indicated it's pursuing a hybrid service delivery model that includes both sole source contracting and competitive request for proposal process. The intent is to establish a new long-term agreement of up to 10 years, comprised of initial 5-year term with a 5-year renewed option, to support operational stability and partner investment. Integrated Fire EHS service providers in Leduc, Lethbridge, Red Deer, St. Albert, Spruce Grove, and Strathcona County, which we note as the Integrated Six, have been offered the opportunity to enter into sole source agreements at a maximum cost equivalent to EHS benchmark rate. Each has also indicated a willingness to extend the current contract. EHS has also indicated a willingness to extend the current contract to allow time for negotiations with the intent of replacing the current agreement with the new agreement by September 30th, 2027, at which point a new agreement would take effect. Should a municipality choose not to enter into the new agreement at the EHS benchmark cost, EHS has advised the service delivery would either proceed through a competitive RFP process or transition to a direct provincial delivery, depending on the potential operating efficiencies. Most recently, on March 23rd, administration met again with EHS to review a detailed list of questions previously submitted by the city and to address any questions from the March 20th information. Through that discussion, several key items were confirmed, including the extension of the city's decision deadline to April 30th, 2026, the intent to extend the current agreement under existing terms during negotiations, and confirmation of EHS benchmark rate for a 24-hour advanced life support ALS ambulance and a 12-hour advanced support ALS ambulance, inclusive of billing revenues. However, EHS has not provided the factors, methodologies, and assumptions EHS has used to compare the cost of EHS-delivered ambulance services with the municipality-delivered services. Most importantly, we need to understand is what specific costs are included, and more importantly, not included in the EHS equivalent cost. We asked that question on March 18th and have not received the answers at this time. EHS also reiterated that if the city does not enter into the new agreement at the benchmark cost, service delivery in Lethbridge would either move to competitive request for proposal process or transition to a direct provincial delivery. As council can appreciate, providing the city, given its longstanding commitment to high-quality patient care with initially only 13 working days to complete a comprehensive analysis and bring forward a recommendation, was both highly challenging and problematic. While the extension to April 30 is helpful, administration must continue working intensively across multiple departments to assess resource requirements, service levels and performance, risks, strategic alignment, and stakeholder impacts. The effort requires the ongoing reallocation of key staff from other critical priorities to meet with timelines and support and inform council decisions. And with that, I will stop and take questions.
Any questions from my colleagues? I see Councillor Parker.
Oh, thank you very much, and I appreciate the presentation. I want to make sure I'm asking questions that can be asked here. So, do they look at situations, so for example, if they went on their own and they hired, just going to say, Tom and John's ambulance service, that we have existing infrastructure in place for ambulances and all that, that would be, it's a cost savings. Do they look at that big picture, or did you ask these questions, or get my head around this?
Well, thank you, Councillor Parker. So we've asked questions in regards to how they're coming up with their basis of costing and understand that piece. Some of that costing would include that. We haven't received that to date. Probably going too much further into some of those questions, we probably should do in closed, just from a negotiation standpoint. But, you know, definitely those are questions that administration is asking.
So, and most of our questions can't be answered here. So the reason why you're making this presentation today is because the information that's being out there in the community and all that, so there's clarification and there's an understanding of where we are, why we are where we are. Am I correct? Is that why this presentation is being presented?
That is correct. Yeah. Today we're wanting to bring forward the information that we know and also highlight the timeframes of how we've received it. So within the package that went on here was also the 3 pieces of correspondence that we've received from EHS, the official pieces there, which gives some clarity around that. We've seen a lot of obviously angst, you know, on it, and thought it would be important to bring it forward just to see that we are working on this in the background, and you can imagine there's a tremendous amount of work going in the background side.
And I'm assuming, and thank you for that, I'm assuming that both our local MLAs have been kept abreast of the situation we were in, even though, have they been kept abreast of the situation, the timelines and everything? Because it is the Alberta government. We don't.
Yeah, that's not something we're aware of,
okay.
Where they're at in regards to that. Our job typically is with yourselves.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dodek.
You used the phrase internal delivery benchmark rate.
My apologies, sorry.
You used the term internal delivery benchmark rate. That seems to be equating with whatever they were prepared to pay us recently, which is the $3.5 million per year. So is that the same number? Is internal delivery benchmark rate $3.5 million?
No. So the way their internal benchmark rate works is they typically provide us a costing methodology where the whole contract comes down to how much they pay for either a 24-hour ambulance or a 12-hour ambulance. So then based on the number of ambulances we have, you multiply that, that's your total contract value. A little bit more inside of that, they typically back off things like a bad debt expense, but really what they do is they take the total contract value. They're telling us what that value is in their world to operate, but they haven't told us how they came up with that number. So we don't know what goes into that. So similar to what Councillor Parker had asked in the question, we don't know all the aspects. Like when we provide the number, we provide a full costing of things like what it would cost for, you know, our capital components and so forth. So we're not quite sure if it's right at this stage if it's apples to apples.
So as we sit here today, we have no idea whether that bears any air of reality to actually providing a service that they apparently want us to provide, but at a number that they think is the number that we should be using, even though we don't know what that number is.
That'd be probably fair to say.
Yes, so that's convoluted. And I'll follow up on Councillor Parker's question. I'm assuming that Minister Nathan Neudorf, who is a member of this government, is aware of this and should be, on our behalf, saying that this is HS. But we don't know that, do we?
So, thank you, Councillor Dodick. So what, the one thing.
You don't mean that, thank you to that question. Come on.
It is a difficult question inside of this. No, we don't know exactly what communications have gone on internally on their side so far. But one of the things that, as our legal team was just mentioning to me, is that the letter that the group of 6, or I-6, is looking at providing includes correspondence and meeting with the province on this matter, and actually an extension. So it's one of the things that we'll talk about later here today and how council wants to proceed, but there is that piece there. That would be one avenue to get there.
Our current contract ends at the end of September of this year, but that could be extended depending on whatever decision council makes. I just want you to confirm for me that, in fact, the first inkling you had that something like this was going to happen was literally only days ago.
Well, the first inkling that we had on this was that we got a meeting request on March the 11th for a 15-minute meeting just on an update on the ground ambulance contract. I intended, on behalf of the city manager, in an acting role at that meeting with Chief Adair. It was literally a 14-minute meeting in regards to getting the information and a script read to us exactly what's that letter that is in the package today. That's the first time we got notice.
And even though this isn't a question dealing with economics or anything else like that, do you have any sense as to whether the province either is aware of or cares what kind of angst the decision they're trying to or have made may cause to people that will be directly affected by this, one way or the other?
Can't really comment on that, on what their thoughts are in regards to it. One thing I can see in the information is that the information is the reason why it went from March 31st to April 30th is so we could have further consultations with our council on the matter. So that's about as limited as I could speak to that one.
Okay, well then that follows up like an extra month. Do you have any sense that their internal delivery benchmark rate could be in any way impacted by an additional 30 days consideration? You don't have to answer that. I know the answer to that. You're welcome. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. As my colleagues have noted, it's difficult because we have some in-camera stuff as well to figure out how to ask these questions in a way that can be asked publicly. So basically what they're saying is our service level is too high. People in Lethbridge are getting a great service. Did they look at patient survivability rate when they were making this decision, or is it only economics? Might be a good question for the province. I know, Mr. Matthews, but.
So, yeah, and to answer, I'm not sure if that was a rhetorical question, but in regards to the, Councillor Crowson, so I think it's important. Those are questions that we can ask along the journey and send back to them between now and April 30th. We have asked how they came up with that, how's the model. We have asked a question in regards to service level, regards to what their expectation was on the service level, and it says we remain the same. But however, that is based on, there's some questions in regards to what they mean by service level. So without going too far into that in public here and so forth, obviously that's one of the things we have to figure out as well between the two. And as we all know, that service level can be very different for what they're willing to pay for, or anybody wants to pay for.
Outside of the municipalities and the provincial government, is there any other organization that's offering public ambulance services? Because when they say they're going to sole source and go out, is there some public group out there that I'm not aware of that they could replace us with?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. So I'm not aware of a public, but there definitely is private.
Yeah, that's where I was heading, that this is about lower service privatization, et cetera, at the end of the day. And I won't make you answer that. That's a political question, but that's where this all seems to be heading. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews, for the information on this. So again, we have nothing insofar as service levels go. So when we look at the call volume of almost 27,000 EMS calls in 2025 and almost 29,000 EMS calls in 2024, they haven't outlined how they're going to respond or whether they'll even be able to respond in our area to that volume, or how they'll respond in our area to that volume.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So in regards to that, the only thing I know as of today is they said they will maintain the same service level. I'm taking that to mean that currently we have X number of ambulances. So being, if memory serves here, I'm on at six 12-hour and 4 24-hour ambulances. That's the service level, the only service level information I have thus far. So you're correct in the sense that of asking your question, which I think you're getting at, is that no, we haven't got more detail on that. What they did say is they're maintaining the same service level as today, but you know, but there is different. Keeping in mind that we provide a higher level of service, I'm not quite sure the differential when they say the same.
Well, and that was going to be my next question. They say they'll maintain the current service level, so that means they would maintain our integrated service level. If they're going to maintain the same service level.
That's the $1 million question.
And
Literally.
they haven't responded to that, but yeah, and they haven't responded to that. Like, I would think that if that's the language they're using, that's the expectation we can have.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So I think there's more conversation and questions that have to go back and forth between the two groups to understand. I think what they're signifying is that the service level prescribed in their contract is what they're talking about, not necessarily the service level the city provides. But I think there's a bit of clarification around those that we have to do.
Okay. And fair enough on that then. Calls to outside agencies, so Raymond, Picture Butte, Coaldale, surrounding areas. I know that we had one of our ambulances respond to a call up in Kananaskis last week. So what is that number? Do we have that number available as to how our ambulances are responding to outside our service area?
I don't have it at my fingertips. I'm not sure if and I don't think we do it here locally or inside the chamber here today. So here again, we'll have to get that information if you'd like.
Yeah, if we could get that information, because I guess my question is when they're looking at providing us their service, are they going to guarantee that our ambulances never leave our area?
So currently today, and we do have, and that's kind of, as I was alluding to in the beginning preamble, they run the service, they design the service component under that contract. So we already have, obviously patient transfers and so forth. So here again, those are all things that are in the existing agreement. As for the numbers, we don't have that here. I would suspect, though, from what I'm hearing, is if it's maintained the current agreement, it would also be the same expectations that we're operating within today.
Okay, so yeah, it's looking at a lower service level for residents of Lethbridge in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Bieber.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody here can answer this question, but we're considered an integrated service. What is the difference between us and, say, fire departments in Calgary or Edmonton or other communities? I'm just curious about that.
Chief.
Yeah, this is one I'll pass over to Chief Adair.
Okay, that's okay. I like history.
Good afternoon. To your question, Councillor Bieber, there certainly are many differences from a service level delivery model that you would see in Calgary or Edmonton, where they have a standalone fire service and we are integrated. Obviously, one of the biggest service level changes is our men and women can do both. They can both respond from an EMS perspective at an ALS rate, or they can actually provide fire services, whether that's rescue, fire suppression, or any of those components. So one of the many benefits that we see here today is as we respond to calls, whatever that emergency is, our people are trained to deal with that. So we can have fire apparatus show up on a scene and provide medical attention to individuals. And we can do that at the ALS or the advanced care level. So we provide that highest level of care to our citizens. And that can come from our fire individuals or our EMS providers. So from an efficiency perspective, when a first responder here in Lethbridge shows up on scene, they're going to be able to respond to whatever that emergency is.
Councillor Campbell.
Maybe, Chief, maybe you'd ask, I don't know if this is relevant for where we're at, but I'm just wondering, and maybe Mr. Matthews, just the letter that was received, was that all included with all the fire departments across the province as well? Or was this, was that like a blind side for you as well?
I think I could take the first stab at this one, Councillor Campbell. So our understanding is, and we have seen, at least with one other municipality, that letter on March 13th, the one that came to Chief Adair, was also across the province all received that. So word for word, the same letter.
And I don't know if it's appropriate to say that was a shock to you, Chief?
Yeah, we got the notice like Mr. Matthew was saying on the 11th for the meeting, and we weren't aware that that was the message we would be receiving on the 13th.
Thank you. A question I would have, Mr. Matthews, it's, if we can go back to the last slide there, the timeline, if we could, Ryan. Yeah, so March 31st, this was, as you're hearing all of the questions that all of council is having, as I'm sure you have some of them, as well as Chief, and I think we're filled here in the gallery for similar questions that are probably floating out there. With this date being changed to April 30th, my concern, and it's alleviated somewhat with the March 31st, is a knee-jerk reaction here without being able to dig deep into the information. And as you've said, and many of the questions you can't answer, is it a concern? So today, we don't have to make a decision on this. There can be soak time, as I'm seeing here with the April 30th, because my concern was, my goodness, I don't have the information to make a decision based on the facts that I have, because we don't have said facts. This is okay, April 30th, if we are go through our closed session, our open session we're doing right now on this, that's not going to be a concern to bring it back at the next council meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So April 30th, yes, it's, a little bit more time inside of there. We will have, obviously we're going to go through today and more information to you that we know today on it. And then of course from that get some, hopefully some direction and so forth. However, one of the things that I alluded to here as well is there's a letter from the Integrated 6. Actually, it might be the I-7. I can't remember if it's Integrated I-7 or A6. Integrated 6. That would go from all the mayors to obviously, and also set up a meeting to EHS and also set up a meeting with the minister to actually have a discussion. And one of the things of that letter is to extend it to May 31st as well. So in the most recent letter. So that would actually provide more time for us to take a look at this. It gives more time, obviously, for council. That's what the I-7 group is, or I-6 in this case, is looking towards to actually, that they're struggling on the same things as what the group around the table here is today as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dodek.
Yeah, I was just going back to this, your comments about soak time. I'm just, reminds me of a number of years back when the province dictated that the best thing since sliced bread was centralized dispatch service. And there was discussion that, well, let's have some time and talk to the province about it, and discussions were held. And my understanding is, and I know it's correct, is that the additional discussions had absolutely no impact. And as we all know, today we don't have localized dispatch, we have centralized dispatch. Just a comment.
Thank you. I see no further questions in the queue, so I'll turn this over to, if we could, to debate. Do we have someone that could take this motion? The motion, I'm sorry, I'll read the motion off here. It's just be resolved, the City Council table this item to be voted on in conjunction with 14.4 ground ambulance agreement. So this is with the information that's enclosed that will also be entered into this. And I want to, when we go into a closed session, I know I've been asked quite a few times since yesterday about why this is going to be enclosed. And I want to make sure community knows that there's reasons for that with the Access to Information Act, things that we cannot speak about in public. And I want to make sure that people are aware of that this, it's not, we're hiding anything. It's not, this is information that must be kept enclosed and as per the Access to Information Act. So I just want to make sure that I put that out there, because when we say we're entering closed, I know many folks have said, oh, you're conspiring, you're doing this, you're doing that. This is information that needs to be enclosed. And so with that, this is just to be, again, to be voted on together, this motion at 9.1 with the 14.4, which is the closed session information. So, Councillor Parker, all right. And go ahead, motion for that motion.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Matthews. You guys were taken off guard, and I appreciate you guys, when I say you folks, administration, keeping us in the loop of where we are at, some of the walls that we're hitting, and so I appreciate that. I also appreciate this. I'm really glad Council allowed this presentation to occur, because there was a lot of things being thrown on social media, and there was a lot of concern, understandably as well. And I did. Some people from leadership actually did reach out to me, and I probably reached out to many other councils, explaining their concerns and all that. But they also respect the idea of, a lot of this stuff is confidential and some things we can't disclose. But I think it's good that you set the table, you set the stage so the community understands what we were going through. And I think it's very important that our local MLAs, specifically Minister Neudorf, understand, and hopefully he will be advocating on our behalf as well. And so I want to thank as well the firefighters and our first responders coming forward just to show their presence. There's power in presence, and I appreciate that as well. And as well as our chief. And I know you're doing a lot, and you're working first hand in hand with them as well for the best possible solution. So, but we'll see how it goes. Am I optimistic? No, but I think it's important. No, I'm just being serious here. Am I optimistic? But I'm optimistic that we're being as transparent as we can. And I think that's the most important thing, because the community deserves that. And so I would ask for council support.
Councillor Campbell?
So I understand, we're tabling this item, but we still need to go into closed to have the discussion about the tabling.
Yeah, this is just to receive the information that we got from the public part.
Okay, and then we are going into the camera to discuss further as to whether or not we're going to accept whatever the next thing is. Okay, just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions or debate in the queue, so I take that as call for vote. Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And if we just take a break until 2 p.m. Thank you. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We'll move along with administrative, oh my gosh, administration submissions. So first with 10.1, 2025 Electric Utility, Alberta Utilities Commission AUC Compliance Report. Be it resolved, the City Council approve the submission of the 2025 Code of Conduct Compliance Report as provided in Attachment 1 to the Alberta Utilities Commission AUC. And this is in the package, but I'll open it up if anybody has any questions. If not, Councillor Doria?
I call for a question.
The question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And the next is on Chinook Arch Regional Library System. We don't have a motion, but I don't know if there's any questions on what you've seen thus far. I do not have a motion on this as we'll be discussing it in. Okay, so with that, Councillor Crowson, a motion to go in closed. All in favor? And we'll read off first, if I could, that we do enter in. Yeah. Be resolved that we do enter a closed meeting at 2:07 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to items 10.2 per sections 26, harmful intergovernmental relations, and 29 advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Actually, if that's fine. Sorry, I did not realize we have two members from Carl's here, and so I'll open it up to some questions, and then of course we'll continue. I'm not sure how that works. So that's. All right. With that, if members of council are okay to have those from Carl's be in the start of our closed session, if there's anyone against, opposed, if not, okay, we'll move forward with that. And we will enter a closed session as per Councillor Crowson's motion. Thank you. All right. We'll move along with Resolution 10.2, Chinook Arch Regional Library System, Carl's levy discussion from Councillor Bieber. Be it resolved that City Council direct the city's Chinook Arch Regional Library System, Carl's board representative to maintain the existing per capita levy for the Carl's operating budget for the 2027 operating budget year at the April 2nd, 2026 Carl's board meeting. Further be resolved, the City Council invite the Chinook Arch Regional Library System, Carl's Board of Directors to return to the April 30th, 2026 Community Issues Committee meeting with a presentation on their respective services and service levels throughout the regional library system, specifically the Lethbridge Public Library. Any questions? No questions? Councillor Bieber to open.
Well, as this motion states, we are asking me not to go ahead with a increase in the budget, which I know, and we all know, is going to potentially affect Chinook Arch Regional Library Board in the future. I personally have serious concerns about the benefit to Lethbridge residents of this. I have serious concerns about the budget pressures we are already facing. But I also recognize that we have to look into regional collaboration. We have to consider, and we have an obligation, I think, to consider all the other communities part of this, that are part of Carl's, and what benefit this has to them. And I am reluctantly voting against this.
All right, anybody else for debate? Seeing none, can I take it as your opening closing?
Yep.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Those opposed? Oh, sorry, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm looking at this and I'm negative on this. Sorry. Can we do this by roll call?
This motion?
We'll just do it by
Or do
roll
you-
call.
Okay.
Do you see the motion? Sorry, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Yeah, no, I see the motion. I'm just wondering if you wanted to divide the motion.
I'm not. You can.
Okay, no, it's just, yeah, no, roll call, fine.
Okay, and by roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Councillor Parker. In favor. Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Councillor Bieber. Councillor Campbell.
Favor.
Councillor Dodick.
In favor.
And Councillor Doria.
Favor.
That carries 7-2.
All right, moving along here, we do have administrative inquiry and response on the asset management follow-up that colleagues all have in their package. And so any questions there, you can direct them to administration, but we do have a response there for asset management follow-up. So for City Council updates, so start with Councillor Bieber. Councillor Bieber, update, it's all in the package as well, all right. And Acting Mayor Croson, go ahead.
There's just one thing I want to highlight. I'd like to be done by 6:30 tonight because I have a Lethbridge Historical Society meeting. And the reason I bring it up is not because I want to talk about me, it's to talk about the speaker tonight. The speaker for the Lethbridge Historical Society tonight is my colleague, Councillor Campbell. Yeah, hopefully you remember. This year is the 100th anniversary of Bill Matheson's birth. And if you don't know Bill Matheson, you don't know weather announcing in Lethbridge history. And so that will be the presentation. So I can skip the meeting, he can't. So if we could be done by 6:30 so he can go present, that would be awesome. So, thank you.
Well then, okay. Thank you. And 12.3 is Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, a council update. In the package, or do you want to speak to that?
No,
Deputy
it's
Mayor?
all in there.
It's all in the package. All right. And no public hearings today. And with that, we have a motion to go in closed from Councillor Parker. Be it resolved that we do now enter a closed meeting at 3:45 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to items 14.1, 14.2, 14.3, and 14.4 as per sections 19, information harmful to the business interests of a third party, 20, harmful to personal privacy, 22, confidential evaluations, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body conferences, 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. All in favor? To go into closed. Yeah, okay. With that, we're in. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. 14.1, I have a motion from Councillor Campbell, public member appointments, boards, commissions, committees. Be resolved, the City Council appoint the following public members to serve on boards, commissions, and committees for the following term outlined below. Effective immediately, Lethbridge Library Board, Vicky Grisak for 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2028, and Sir Alexander Galt Museum and Archives Board of Directors, John Chiefka for 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2028. Robert Toomey, a 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2028. Sydney Shapiro, a 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2028. Further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed session reports, documents, and discussions pertaining to public member appointments to the boards, commissions, and committees remain confidential as per Section 20, harmful to public privacy, personal privacy, and Section 22, confidential evaluations, and Section 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Campbell? Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And from Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, 14.2, appointments to Downtown Business Revitalization Boards of Directors. Be it resolved, the City Council appoint the following to the Lethbridge, Downtown Lethbridge Business Revitalization Zone Board of Directors for the respective terms. Number 1, Heather Kunst for a 2-year term ending at the DBRZ AGM of 2028, reappointment. And number 2, Michaela Rebelkin for a 2-year term ending at the DBRZ AGM of 2028, reappointment. And Aman Akbel for a 2-year term ending DBRZ AGM of 2028, reappointment. Further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed session documents, reports, and discussions with respect to the appointments to Downtown Business Revitalization Zone Board of Directors remain confidential pursuant to Section 28, local public body conferences, and 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Deputy Mayor.
I'll call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? That too is unanimous. Thank you. And from Councillor Doria, grant funding agreement 14.3, be it resolved the City Council approves the expenditure of grant funding as outlined below for the purpose of advancing council-approved community safety and well-being priorities subject to the terms and conditions of the respective grant agreements. Number 1, up to $228,411 in top-up federal funding from Housing Infrastructure and Communities Canada, HICC, for Reaching Home Canada Homelessness Program in fiscal year 25-26, ending March 31st, 26. Up to $2.4 million, $800,000 times 3, by 3 years in provincial funding for the Ministry of Mental Health and Addiction for integrated encampment response in fiscal years 26-27, 27-28, and 28-29, ending March 31st, 2029. Up to $100,000 in provincial funding for the Ministry of Assisted Living and Social Services in fiscal year 26-27, ending March 31st, 2027. Further be resolved, the City Council direct administration to make publicly available the details of the respective grant agreements through a future public news release consistent with the communication and disclosure requirements of each agreement. And further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed session documents, reports, and discussions with respect to the grant funding agreements remain confidential pursuant to Sections 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body confidences, and 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Doria. Question been called. All in favor? That too is unanimous. And the final one here from Acting Mayor Crowson, ground ambulance agreement. Be it resolved, the City Council authorize the mayor to collaborate with other mayors representing integrated service delivery models in preparing and sending a joint letter to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Service and to have a meeting with the Minister to discuss service delivery options. And number 2, direct that confidential recommendations 1 and 2 and 3 provided in 1 and 2 and 3, provided 1, 2, and 3, if we can, 1, 2, and 3 provided in the confidential report proceed as presented, and that the city manager report to a future meeting of council as well as report any updates as required. And further be resolved, the City Council direct closed session documents, reports, and discussions with respect to the ground ambulance agreement remain confidential pursuant to Section 19, information harmful to the business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body confidences, 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. Acting Mayor Crowson.
Well, technically, all we can do is request to have a meeting with the minister. We can't say that, so we probably should put request in quickly. And other than that, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. And with that, I have a notice of motion. Just mention that for Councillor Bieber for off-leash parks, and I'm sure everybody has that in their agenda. It'll be so. Thank you, Councillor Bieber. That will be coming up here in 2 weeks. All right. Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.